Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Bornos in South Spain for the 7th FAI World Paramotor Championships 2025. We're live. It's 8:30 in the morning here in Andalusia in beautiful sunny Spain, and we're looking forward to a fantastic day's action at here, the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships. What an introduction we had this morning. This was a highlight reel put together from yesterday's training tasks. A whole 4 hours action-packed, adrenaline-filled action where we had thrills, spills, and a whole load of world-class flying. We're looking forward to a lot more of that today. Starting right now, first takeoff over on my left-hand side has just happened, so we're going to have the first competitors going through the course in just a couple of minutes' time. So welcome. You can see from the images that it's a little bit overcast today, but there's hardly any wind at all. It's ideal flying conditions for what is going to be one of the most exciting days of the year. It's a thrill to be here, and I, for one, am really looking forward to it. If you're new, what are we doing? You can see there's 5 inflatable pylons in the middle of a lake. They form the number 5 side of a dice. We often call these dice flights. And each day, the competition director of the championship will decide which way we fly around these pylons. And it's fastest person first. The one who gets round the course first is the winner. We're in final preparations. This is the Chief Marshal, Simon, just getting ready. He's the one who's going to decide if everything is safe and if it's okay for pilots to take off and start their task. Last minute checks. We're all about safety here in this organisation. Nothing happens until we're happy. And we'll be off very shortly. So this is actually day 3 of flying here in Bornos, Spain this year. Days 1 and 2 were training days, but this is not a test, this is not a practice, this is day 1 of official World Championships 2025. We're flying all week, Tuesday through Saturday, and on Saturday evening we will determine the new World Champions for Paramotor Slalom 2025. The calm before the action. We've seen competitors warming up. We can see safety boats out. Pylons are up and ready. We got ourselves ready in the dark this morning. Sunrise is 8:30 here in Bornos in Spain, so we're absolutely ready to go just as first light hits. We're using highly sensitive timing equipment, and it needs a certain amount of light before we start, so we've had to wait a few minutes for that. But I think it's 3 green lights and we're ready to go. So what's the course that we're going to be flying today? Competition director Kamil Manchowski has given the course designs different names this year. And the first one we're going to be flying this morning is called Blizzard. We hope to fly 3 tasks today, weather permitting. We've decided that 3 is enough for enough stress for the pilots in one day. It's extremely hard work flying in these conditions, and after 3 or 4 hours of action, we hope, weather permitting, we will then break probably around 1, 2 o'clock if the weather gods play fair with us. And we hope to get 3 different tasks in during that time. The first one being this task Blizzard. So what does it mean, a task description? There are 5 pylons. There's numerous ways you can fly around the pylons. You can go left or right. But here we are. This is the graphic of the first task this morning. This is Blizzard. So you see at the bottom of the screen, little S, that's the start gate. You go from start gate to top left and you take a left-hand blue coloured turn. 180, and then you head towards, you take a right-hand red turn, head towards the center pylon, and you do a 360 around the center pylon, pulling Gs maybe 2.5, perhaps up to 3G around the center pylon. Then you get down to the bottom left pylon, do another red right turn up to the first top left pylon, a wide 180 turn around the top left, and coming into finish through the start-finish gate. This is a pretty simple task. It's task number 1 of the World Championships. We're only using 3 pylons this morning. I'm sure as the week goes on, we'll be using 4 and then 5 pylons. But Kamil Manchowski, the competition director, is being nice to the competitors, and he's easing them in slowly, this on a Tuesday morning. And we'll see the level of difficulty get higher and higher as we go through the day. Nevertheless, the top pilots in the world are going to be sweating. They're going to be feeling extreme G-forces on their body. And the adrenaline's going to be flowing. We have a number of camera angles this week for you. Here's one from one of our drones. I say one, we've got 2. We've got the Follow Me, which you'll be seeing following the action live of the pilots going around the course. And then we have static drones to have overhead shots as well. There you can see in the background the windsock just gently turning. It's a very, very lightweight windsock. The weather conditions are pretty good here. Very, very little wind indeed. We're just performing final checks. A little bit cloudy. We're not too concerned about that at the moment. We had some cloud come through yesterday, but we got a few hours of flying in, and everybody got to fly at least a couple of times. So, Lake Bornos, in the town of Bornos. Just see there on the left-hand side, collection of white houses, a maze of narrow streets. Really beautiful little town with lots of charm. And we are on the edge of the lake. You can see in the middle of the screen now a bunch of tents and a group of people. The left-hand side is the takeoff and landing deck. The large tent in the middle is for the teams to keep their equipment and to prepare. And then on the right-hand side, you can see scoring and us looking on, having the most privileged position. You can see all of the action over the lake. We can hear all of the commentaries and radio traffic, and of course we can see live scores as well. We'll be starting this morning with the class PL1. PL1, Paramotor Land Trike 1, a single person in it. And later on we'll be going on to the class PF, Paramotor Foot Launched 1, single person in it. We've got, I think, 10 in the PL class this morning. No, I'm getting that wrong. We got 17. We had 10 last year, 17 this year. And we always go in reverse championship order, which means if you have a history in these competitions and we've got some data on you, we rank you, and we have fastest going last in the end. So we'll be starting with those with the slowest times, and then as the morning progresses, we'll be getting faster and faster, finishing with current world champions, current world silver medalists, all competing for the gold medal. Big smiling face of Ramon Morillas from Team Spain, former world champion in this event. He's back this year to show us how it is. Age doesn't matter to him. He'll take the young uns on, and he's going to beat them all, I'm sure. Beautiful scenery here. Very popular with paragliding in the mountains. Very well-known centre of paragliding just on the other side of the lake. We're here for the paramotoring, and Bornos is well known throughout the paramotoring world as being one of the centres, if not the centre, of paramotor slalom. Ideal conditions, a microclimate which generally gives us stable weather up until maybe lunchtime, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon if we're lucky. A dedicated campsite and an ideal situation where we're given a field on the side of the lake and we have the opportunity to carry on our activity without interference and without also interfering the local population. Great drone shots of the town, and at the bottom of the screen this is our campsite. It's only a couple of 100 meters away, but nearly all competitors stay in the camping area. So they can walk to their equipment in the mornings, or it's just a short few minute drive to the site. Absolutely ideal place for the championship. And coupled with its long history of events here, a highly accomplished professional team behind the organisation, including people who live here year-round. The event director himself, Francisco, or Paco to his friends, is active in these events. He is key in building up this area and making it the centre of excellence that it is. We'll see Paco later. He'll be on one of the safety boats. Hopefully he'll have nothing to do, but should we have somebody decide to go swimming today, then I can talk you through exactly what happens. Great view of the takeoff and landing deck. You can see on the right-hand side in the middle, the big team tent and all of the competitors standing by. We've 10 nations competing this year, a total of 59 competitors. It's 17 in PL1 and the others 42 in PF1. Great shot there of the wings on the ground, ready for first takeoff. As we just check that everything is ready and we're able to make a start. This short pause before the action does no harm to the excitement that's building. We're looking forward to a fantastic day's flying. But we obviously need to make sure that everything's in place before we start. Right here to my right hand side, in fact you can't see yet. You'll be able to see soon one of the rescue boats just going into position. And that's the event director, the guy who lives here, Paco. He will be sitting on the boat for the next several hours, circling and waiting just in case someone decides they want to get their feet wet. Big smiles from Simon, Chief Marshal. Relaxed atmosphere so far. That's all going to change in just a few minutes' time. So it gives me time to explain a little bit about why we're here and who we are and what's going on. This is the 7th FAI, World Paramotor Slalom Championships. What's the FAI part? Well, it's the International Federation, which is overseeing this event and giving its official sanction. So this is the official World Championships. FAI, the World Air Sports Federation, or the Fédération Aéronautique Internationale, based in Lausanne in Switzerland. FAI is divided into a number of different air sports. I think it's 11. I can't ever keep remembering all of them. We are one of those air sports. We have a commission to ourselves, which would be the FAI Microlight and Paramotor Commission. We work together with the microlight flying organisers around the world to collectively put on microlighting and paramotoring competitions. So the FAI is divided into these air sports. We all have our own commission. Our commission is called CIMA, the Commission Internationale de Microaviation, International Commission of Microaviation. This is a whole group of delegates from around the world who join together for the benefit of our sport. They work silently in the background to bring major events such as this one to you, but also to promote the sport and to develop the activity throughout the year. I'm a proud member of SEMA. I've been involved with SEMA for more than 20 years now, having been member of the jury at a number of occasions and holding different positions in the commission. And I'm actually jury president here this week. So this commentating, as you can tell, is one of my sidelines and not my main job. But it's an ideal place for me to be sitting because I can see absolutely everything that's going on. So should there be a problem, and if you hear me go quiet, it may well be because I'm having to take over my position as jury president and sorting out whatever might come on. But this is such a well-organised event that I expect to be sitting here, relaxing, enjoying the scenery, and being highly entertained by this flying that's going to be going on later on today. So let's talk about some of the teams that are here this week. We have a very strong team from Qatar, both in PL1 and in PF1. And we've got the current world champion. That's from Qatar. We have previous winners of both PF1 and PL1 from the team of Qatar. We have a team from France, very, very strong this year, with some hot favourites in both categories. We have Czech Republic with 8 competitors. Again, a very strong team. We expect a lot from them. From Finland, shout out to Nico. It's a one-man team. There's more than plenty to fill a team with his presence and his enthusiasm. So we wish you the best of luck. A good local team of another 8 competitors from Spain, including not least Ramon Morillas, former world champion. Team from Poland. From USA, we have a strong showing. And from UK as well, we have my compatriot Dan. His first time at this level. He has high hopes of staying dry. And we wish Dan absolutely the best. So here we go. It seems they're first trike in the air. Everything is ready. You can see one of the safety boats there on the left-hand side, sitting, waiting, just in case someone decides to go for a dip. We've full safety backup here this week. We've got 2 dedicated boats, which tend to arrive within 10 or 15 seconds of the splash. One of the boats is designed specifically with a flip-down front nose, especially to access the boat. So here we go, first competitor of the day. His attack run comes in through the start gate, needs to go to the centre pylon. Take a left. Sorry, the far pylon, take a right. I'm looking at the wrong picture. Now to the centre pylon, do a 360. See him go near horizontal as he goes around that pylon. Off to the near left pylon. All the way around. Back to the first pylon that he went round. And then it's a mad dash to the finish line. And done. We expect fastest lines to be in the region of 20 seconds for the faster competitors. As I say, we're in the reverse championship order, so we have those who are perhaps a little bit slower starting first. and the speeds and the adrenaline will increase as we go through the morning. So that was Ibrahim Al-Ghal from Qatar starting us off. And coming up next will be competitor number 57 from Czech Republic, Lukáš Švejza. Lukáš just off screen in the waiting area. And he's looking out towards us for a guy with a green flag, and when we are happy, when the course is happy, so we wave a green flag, and that's his signal to start his attack run. You can see him top right hand corner of the screen. Looks as though he's got his green flag, so he's now building speed, coming towards the start line. He's a little bit too high, I'll talk about that in a second, so he's had to correct on the way in. I would still argue that's pretty high, but we'll check the scores later. So he's in the course, needs to be going to the far left-hand pylon. Take a turn, and I think he's gone the wrong way, which would be an error in score. Yep, I think we're having a bit of fun here in deciding that it's a nice day for a flight. And he's through. So what about the height of this start gate? You'll get to see during the day that there are 4 buoys in the water, 2 reds on the outside and 2 yellow on the inside. They're used for different purposes during the week, but the one we're using this morning is the 2 yellow in the middle. You have to go between those 2 buoys in your start gate, but also at a certain height. And why is that? Well, we've got highly specialised timing equipment. We've got a speed gun trained on the start line from shore. They expect to use equipment, same thing they use in 100-metre sprint in the Olympic Games, and it only has a certain range. So at the general briefing last night on the campsite, they were told they must fly no higher than the height of the pylon through the start gate. So here we go, number 56, Michel. Very good through the start gate, perfect height. He now needs to fly all the way through the course, through the far left-hand pylon. Take a turn, come back to the middle pylon. Do a 360 and come back to the near left pylon. Take a right turn. Back up to the far left, take a left turn, which he's doing right now, and through the finish gate. Legs pointing straight out in front of him. If you're new to paramotoring, that's a means of control. He has on his feet a usually aluminium or perhaps carbon fibre bar called the speed bar, and that's connected to the control lines of the canopy. As you push your feet out, so you engage the speed bar, it changes the profile of the wing, and it enables the paramotor to fly more quickly. So during the action, you'll be seeing the pilots stretching their legs and then bringing them back in again. And that's this speed bar as they try to gain speed. So certainly towards the end, when you're going in a straight line, no problem at all. Feet out, and go as fast as you can to the gate. Thick and fast now. I can see people taking off from the deck, people in the waiting area, people starting their attack run. And here we go. Thibault Line from France, number 55. Off to far left pylon, needs to take a right turn to the centre pylon, left turn all the way around, 360. And we have our first splash of the day. He miscalculated that. He was in the wrong trajectory and he's taken a splash. So let's talk about what happens when there is a splash. You can see already 2 things. He's got his arms in the air. He's saying, I'm fine, I'm okay, don't worry about me. But also, perhaps you saw bright orange thing around his neck. Everybody here obviously is obliged to wear buoyancy aids, safety rescue aids, and as you hit the water, so these inflate and they keep the pilot above the water. So he's okay. He's already being tended to by the 2 safety boats who are there within 10 seconds. First thing that happens is you grab hold of the cage of the paramotor, you talk to the pilot, are you okay? Yes, he's fine. I can see off camera that he's having a good conversation with Paco. And he will now be brought back to shore. A few hair dryers, a couple of towels, clean out the engine of water, and most likely he'll be back up and flying later on in the day. We're hot on safety here. So one of the protocols when we have a splash is all other pilots to return to the deck. Concentration on recovery of the wet pilot. So it goes quiet, everybody goes into land, and we just chill. Take a few minutes until we get the wet pilot back in the boat and back to shore, where he will then be met by, as you'll be able to see, 2 medical vehicles on standby, constantly waiting should there be a problem. One big positive of all of this is that he's gained a new title. He becomes a member of the Bornos Swimming Club, an honorary title which actually most pilots who have been here a number of times probably have by now. Seems to be a rite of passage that you need to get wet before you get good. So welcome to the Bornos Swimming Club. It's a light-hearted way of making good that he made a mistake, he got wet, but he should be okay. And all the signs are that he's absolutely fine. So what's the sequence that gets them to the start gate? As you've seen, they all line up on the takeoff deck. There's a start list, and the marshal will identify the next pilot to go. They've all got stickers with numbers on their helmets and on their cages. Marshal will point to the next person to take off. When he's happy, give a green flag, and that pilot will take off into the air, and then proceed off to a waiting area. And there may be a stack of pilots waiting, so this new pilot will join the stack at the top and fly in a prescribed direction in a circle until he reaches the bottom of the stack. There may be 3 or 4 in the stack, at which point he'll be looking out for his green flag before he can then proceed to the pre-course area, just a few hundred meters away on the lake, and then he's able to gain speed and start his attack run. Once he's finished, that's it. He turns off towards us, flies behind us in our tents, and goes off to land. And his score is recorded once he lands successfully. If he doesn't land in the deck, then he doesn't get a score. If he causes a problem in the deck, which has been briefed very heavily in the general briefing last night, it may be that the competition director gives him a penalty from a safety point of view. So you need to take off successfully, enter the waiting area, wait your green flag, go through the course, and then land all of those aspects before your score is recorded. So how do you score points? Well, time makes points. The person with the least amount of time in course from start to finish gate is ranked number 1, so they will get 1 point. Person who comes second with the second fastest time, obviously 2 points. And that continues throughout the week. We hope to fly three tasks per day for the next 5 days. So we might fly 15 tasks. So you might get 15 scores. And if you win every single task, you'll end up with 15 points, of course. Except for one small thing, which is that after every 5 tasks, you delete your worst score. So say you come first, and then 7th. After 5 tasks, you can delete your 7th place, and you only end up with 4 points, 4 times first place. Then we carry on to fly tasks number 6 to 10. And again, after 10 tasks, you can choose any one of the tasks from 6 to 10 to delete that score. Ditto for 11 to 15 and then 16 to 20 should we need it. Let's switch to the action. You can see Paco at the front of the boat. Perhaps you can make out that the front of the boat folds. People are giving a round of applause because it's obvious the pilot's okay. And you can see now that the paramotor needs a bit of a dry now. It's had a clean. It needs to be a bit dry now. Being handled back onto land. Doesn't appear to be much damage, so competitor number 55 gets to fly again. Yep, you can see here it's absolutely fine. Don't forget the helmet. Hopefully somebody's got a hot cup of coffee because it's not particularly warm, the water. Welcome to the swimming club. It's Thibaut Alain from France being greeted by his teammates. Big smile on his face. He'll be able to watch this stream and have a look at what he did wrong. Everybody else will be able to have a laugh with him now that they know he's okay. And hopefully he won't make the same mistake again next time. So we're all good. The safety boats will go back out into the middle. And once we're all happy, once we're quite sure that the safety level is okay, we'll go back to the action with another green light and the next person in the start list, Martin Carpio from Spain, originally from Australia, speaks very good Australian, but has been living and working in Spain now for a very long time, proudly represents Spain. Known Martin a number of years. He's very, very active in paramotoring, very strong force for paramotoring in Spain. His team leader here this week is delighted that he's amassed a team of 8 good competitors, and he hopes to be able to build on this into the future with even more Spanish pilots coming here to Bornos to compete in the future. Martin's a bit of an adventurer. He's been telling me about his plans to motorcycle from here in Spain back to his original home in Australia. It's an overland bike trip from Spain to Australia. And I'm an airplane pilot. I fly fixed-wing airplanes. And he's taken his airplane license because once he's successfully ridden his bike to Sydney, he's planning the next year to fly his aeroplane. He has a microlight aeroplane, something that weighs less than 600 kilos, all up with fuel and people, so a very lightweight aeroplane, might weigh about 300 kilos. And he's expecting to fly that from Spain to Sydney. It's perfectly possible, people have done it before, and we wish Martin all the best. So we've got competitors in the air. I can hear Martin over in the waiting area to my left-hand side. Yellow safety boat in place, red safety boat just off camera. Beautiful, very, very light indeed. Making the takeoff runs a little bit longer than we saw yesterday with a little bit of wind. But no problem at all, plenty of room for taking off. Robles from Spain, checking his harness, checking his buoyancy aid. He will also be checked by the steward before he takes off. But here we go, back into the action. Number 54, Martin Carpio from Spain, coming into the start area. You see the boys for the start gate. Time on. He's off to the far left pylon, where he will turn to the right, turning now. And we're now following the action live with the Follow Me drone going to the middle pylon. He needs to take a 360 left turn around the center pylon. Off to the near left pylon, which is now the one in front of him. He needs to take a right turn around there. What fantastic shots from the Follow Me drone. After the first pylon that he went round, which is the far left one, on his left side now, he needs to make a left turn. Fantastic shots, giving you a brilliant idea of what the pilots are going through. And then he's aiming for the finish line between the two boys. And time off. Good job, Martin. Well done. So you're going to be interested in how quickly are people going and who's in the lead. One of the sponsors of the event this year is software provider dice.flights, D-I-C-E dot flights. Why so cool? Well, the pilots is in there qualified as dice, so it's dice.flights. There you'll be able to follow all of the action. Click on the competition that you want, which this week is 7WPSC, 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships. And then you pick your category. We're currently following the PL1 category. And then pick your task. This is task number 1, Blizzard. And there you will see all the times of all of the competitors as they are being recorded. 6th through this morning, number 53, Pablo Merino from Spain. Once again, following the action, needs to go to the far left pylon, needs to prepare himself for a sharp right turn. To the middle pylon, a 360. Oh, a bit of a wobble, but he's okay, he's survived. Good control there, well done. He can continue if he wants to, it just means it takes longer. Yep, it's not put him off. So he's continuing on the course, needs to go to the pylon on his right hand side and make a right turn. And one more pylon to go. Nice and steady. So we're looking at really good paramotor pilots here, but they're just displaying how incredibly difficult this is and how you can come unstuck quickly. But he's done a good job. He needs to go through the middle of those buoys, below the height of the pylon, which he's done. So he's scored. So it may have been a bit steadier, but if you go back to the 4th person we had around this morning, number 55, Thibault from France, member of the Bournemouth Swimming Club. Well, Pablo, maybe a bit steadier, but he certainly scores points, whereas sadly Thibault might be chalking this one up to the task that we can delete after we've done 5. On the screen, we have number 49, Abdulrahman Mohammed from Qatar, just waiting for his green flag. The engine's running, he's just got a slip clutch, so there you go. Short rudder, and he's off and into the air. Next up, another Spanish competitor, Oscar Robles from Spain. Very distinctive wing. Through the start, time on. Far left pylon, take a right turn. To the center pylon, needs to take a left 360. Good correction there, congratulations. Nearly had a second member of the swimming team, but he's doing okay and he's sticking to the task. Looking now at the pylon on his right hand side, and he needs to make a right turn. Back to the first pylon, which is now the one on the left, where he needs to make a left turn. So going very wide indeed. But he's still going, just needs to get through the finish gate, getting some speed for the finish gate, and he's scored some points. He's successfully round the course. Well done, Oscar. Just needs to land correctly to register those scores. So go to dice.flights, find the 7WPSC, click on that, pick PL1, which is this task appears class at the moment, and then task number 1. Competitor number 51 from Spain, Ramon Morillas, former world champion in this event. Been encouraged to come back after a number of years away. You'll start to see the skill level increase. Already you can see a dramatic change in the technique, in the speed, in the angle of attack. The proximity to the water, this is incredibly quick. Hasn't lost any of his ability, Ramon. Through the final pylon, this is excellent work from Ramon. He needs to keep as steady a height above water as possible. He did a pretty good job. Full speed and through the finish gate. Certainly true to say that we have quite a spread of abilities this year. We have those who are new to the sport, and it's not something that you can just lightly join. You do have to practice, you do have to train. Lots of people come to Bornos throughout the year to do just that. And as we go through this reverse championship order, so the speeds will increase, the skill levels will increase, and so will the excitement. Number 50, Mika Virolainen from Finland. Amateur pilot, he has a different full-time professional job. Avid paramotor pilot, organises his own events in Finland and has been involved in these events for many years. Looking pretty good, His very distinctive sponsored wing. A little bit high, but he's doing okay. So Mika competed in the 2023 World Championships here in Bornos. That was the 5th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships, and he came 10th. And we had the great pleasure of spending a couple of weeks together last year when the 6th World Championships were held in Qatar. Hey, Carlos. This is the owner of Liberty Paramotors. Always happy, always smiling. Probably telling us what a brilliant time he's having. Doesn't realise he's not on microphone. Good to see you, Carlos. Yeah, so Mika, he competed in Qatar last year. Sadly didn't make top 10. But he's certainly hoping to improve on that this year. Number 49, Abdurrahman Mohammed from Qatar. Flying a Dudek Snake 4, so certainly suited to this sort of competition. And you can hear the engine note. That's pretty distinctive of Sky, so that's a Sky engine he's flying. In fact, it's a Sky 150, I think. Speeds are dramatically increasing, times are dramatically reducing as we go through to top 10. So Abdurrahman safely through. Don't forget, check Dice.Flights for his time. But look forward to shorter times, faster speed, over vertical turns. As we progress through the running order. Domagols from France, number 48. Round the first pylon, you can see the difference now, speeds, proximity to the water. A little bit wide round the centre pylon, now off to near left. Pulling high Gs, somewhere in the region of 2 to 2.5 G. Gain a little bit of height, so he'll lose a bit of speed as he has to dive back down again. Pretty steady. Very close to the water, but he's okay. And a few groans from the scorers behind me, but he's all right. So he nearly hit the water. How would that make a difference? Well, it's obviously going to slow him down. But he's going to get a penalty. Why is he going to get a penalty? Because we discourage people from flying beyond the limits. If you do happen to touch the water, that's to be discouraged. So we say, don't do it, we'll give you a penalty. So you may see on the score sheet later on, a water touch will be described as WAT, and you'll be demoted 3 places in the task for that task. So if you were coming 7th and you touch the water, you'll add 3 and you'll end up 10th. Anyway, on to the next, which is Vaclav, number 47. Czech Republic flying Dudek. Beautifully done, demonstrating great control and a really fast speed. Well done, Vaclav. .096 for Vaclav. Who's going to be the first person to break 30 seconds today? So we're nearly through the PF class, the PL class, so you can see the first of the PF competitors. So that's the Paramotor foot launch. They'll be taking off immediately after the end of this class. But we go on with the next competitor, Jan Ludière from France, number 46. Off to far left. Take a right. Back to the middle. Great drone shot of him taking a wide left turn, getting really close to the pylon as he comes through, but into the near left. We're looking at it from the 3 o'clock position. Off to the far left. Smooth. Brilliant height control. Very, very little correction throughout the flight. Excellent job, Jan. So down now to the top 5 competitors.
Hello guys, hello.
Jan himself, not a bad pilot, came 6th in 2023 here in Bornos, and then came 7th last year in Qatar. So lots of pedigree, but we're coming now to competitor number 45, Milan Clement from Czech Republic. 5th in 23, 6th last year in Qatar. Number 5 on the start list this year. Look at the angles as he will be going way over the canopy beyond the horizontal. Wingtip beautifully near the water. What a dive. Stay up. And he's hit too hard. That's poor judgment, coming in too quick, too high. It's hit the ground. Cries of agua, agua, agua around me. As you can see, the rescue boat there within seconds. Making contact with the pilot. Buoyancy aid inflated. And again, all pilots return to deck as we welcome the next member of the Bornos Swimming Club. Just checking all is okay. And yes, I can see off camera that he's absolutely fine. Thumbs up. Obviously feeling a bit stupid because he made a mistake, but hey-ho.
In the other climbs, you have the energy.
So two Nihilibos on the right-hand side, competitor from Belgium. Going through Mika's performance. That's Mika from Finland, who we've just seen flying, number 50.
Why you keep pushing the throttle?
So perhaps Toon's giving benefit of his experience to Mika. This is how you flew, this is how you went.
Or you make the turn to go
This is
lower.
how you can do better next time. Just underlines the amazing atmosphere that we have here this week, where competitors will be helping each other. Something that I noticed was people were falling in the water in the last 2 days, and other competitors from other teams, even direct competitors to the pilots themselves, were making sure that everybody was okay, helping them clean, helping them dry, and making sure they were getting back into the air. It's a brilliant atmosphere. It's a wonderful family of people here. Absolute privilege to spend some time with them. So the intensity is increasing. This is day one of the official World Paramotor Slalom Championships. Tensions are now high. Adrenaline is flowing. People are practicing wearing paper cups in the car park. So there's Morgan Planton from France. Current world champion, having won in Qatar last year. Ingraining into her brain where she must be going, because each task is a different pattern. And while we only have 3 pylons on this task, it'll get more difficult as the week gets through. 4 and 5 pylons throughout the week. You can just hear Paco, the event director, in the boat saying, "What were you doing?" And he says, "Well, I think it was the breaststroke." Seriously, quick quarter-second lapse in concentration. Minor error in the entry into the pylon. Getting a little bit too high, thinking perhaps he can drop the height, get back closer to the water, gain some speed, and just slightly overcooked it. But you can see there he is in the yellow boat. He's fine. He's worried about his machine. Of course he is. He's in the red boat, isn't he? Of course he is, because it's the orange buoyancy aid around his neck. You can see it's an auto inflate as soon as it hits the water. He's clearly fine. Rescue team busy this morning, unfortunately, but hey, it's the first day of competition. Yesterday and the day before were training. This is the real thing. Speeds are increasing. And sadly, we've had a couple of people get wet already this morning. Lesson to rest of the competitors. Take it easy on the first day. Bank some points. Get a solid start. Don't overcook it on the first run. Ease yourself slowly into these World Championships. We've got 5 days of competition, maybe 15 tasks, something like that. Keep the tyres dry until later in the week if you really have to clean them. Boats in contact with us in the scoring tent. Just here in Spanish behind me. Todo perfecto. Everything's fine. But nevertheless, he'll be welcomed by the 2 medical teams as he comes back to shore. Give him the vital foil blanket because he's going to be a little bit cold. And the medics will check him over, make sure he's okay, ask if he's been injured in any way, but he certainly looks absolutely fine to me. Pride a little bit dented, but hopefully that's the only dent that he's bringing back with him. There's a medical team waiting patiently for the boat to come back. Nobody's concerned because we've had the thumbs up, we've had the message on the radio that everything's fine and that he's okay. Amazing sportsman, super athletic, super fit. I had the misfortune of being next to him on an exercise bike in a hotel last year in Qatar, and I'm a reasonable cyclist, but he was outpacing me by a factor of 5. Very, very fit guy. And no doubt he'll be back for task 2. He gets about an hour, I guess. We've got to get through the PF class, the foot launch class. So he's got about an hour. He's got a whole team around him, and like I say, I'm sure there'll be a bunch of competitors helping him as well. New gas canister in the buoyancy aid. You can see it's already deflating. And he's even helping get his strike out, so look, he's fine. Maybe his teammates will poke a bit of fun, but their first priority is, are you okay? So as part of the registration process, competitors are scrutinised, and part of that is the specification of the equipment that they're using has to meet certain regulations. But they're allowed 2 of everything. So they're allowed 2 engines, 2 wings, and they're legally allowed in the rules to swap between the 2. So perhaps he's got a second wing, and he'll be able to use that while the first one dries. Maybe he's even got a second engine. But there are engine manufacturers and suppliers here on site, and like I say, team members, mechanics, they're all going to rally around and make sure that he's able to fly just as quickly as possible. Trike looks okay, no visible damage by the looks of it. Airbox is still on. And one of his team members helping to push him back to the team tent. So that's just a few minutes to rescue somebody out of the water. The rescue boats will now have to go back into the middle to be prepared for the next, but I can hear over on my left-hand side the first engines being warmed. So Chief Marshal will give them the notice that we're about to start again. He'll be pointing to the next competitor, and then we'll be off very shortly. We're off again after that short break. Engines going, pilots in the air. And we're on with the number 4 in the start list in reverse order, so the 4th best by history in this competition. This next competitor came 4th in 2023 and 5th in 2024. Solid world-class pedigree. Going to be Gaëtan Magnon from France. Using a McFly chassis, I see. McFly being run by Alex and Marie Mateos. Alex and Marie, both former world champions. So we've missed Gaëtan for some reason. We're on to Boris Tisper from France, number 3 in the start list. current bronze medalist from 2024. Super controlled around the centre pylon. A little bit high. Don't make the same mistake as the last guy. He's in okay. Beautifully done last pylon. Full speed. Speed bar fully out. Close to the water. Nicely done, Boris. Fantastic guy, Boris. Always smiling. Huge dark beard. Usually travels with his family. Don't forget dice.flights for all of the live time information. So Boris, 30.362 seconds. Next should be Ibrahim Hussein from Qatar. Just correcting himself with that Sky engine. A little bit wide on that pylon, but he's okay. He's corrected nicely. Very, very high turn as he goes around the final pylon. Down the finishing straight, and look at him standing upright, forcing the speed bar away from him. Good, solid points. And 27.214 seconds. 27 seconds for Ibrahim. Not only did he break the barrier, he absolutely disintegrated it. So Ibrahim currently in the lead with 27.214. Should it stay that way, he'll end up with 1 point from this task. Moving on for the rest of the week. Don't forget, it's the total number of points from all of the tasks, minus any that you can deduce under the 1 in 5 rule I was discussing earlier. Hayan Al-Khababi, first in 2023 from Qatar. Throwing the trike round the air. Trying to control the power of the Sky engine. Round the final pylon. Look at the turn on that. Look how close he got to the pylon. Get the full speed, get the throttle, and he's a bit high. Oh, he's looking a bit high for the finish gate. He needs to finish, don't forget, below the height of the pylon for the equipment to register a score. That might be a significant mistake on the part of Ibrahim. Let's wait. On the part of Hayan, let's wait and see what happens. It's automatically being registered as a 0. So we're at provisional score level at the moment. We provide you with instant scoring on dice.flights so that you can follow live time. But that's subject to checking and classification. If the equipment is able to pick him up, then he will be given a score. But instantly, automatically, that's a big fat 0. First upset of the games. Number 1 in the start list. Hot favourite to win this week. And he's messed up his first task, scoring nothing. So I believe we're done now with the PL class and we'll move over to the PF class. 39 players in the PF. We have a team from the UAE, the United Arab Emirates. They've brought 6 pilots with them, but only managed to bring 3 engines, or three machines. So team leaders gathered last night for a general briefing and they graciously welcomed the team from UAE, agreeing to a slight rule bend. And in order for the pilots to be able to swap machines, we're having the 3 pilots from UAE go first and then go last as well. So pilots 1 to 3 go first and pilots 4, 5, 6 go last, sandwiching the rest of the start list in order to give them time to change over their machines and for all 6 pilots to be able to fly. So thanks very much to all of the other teams for accommodating the UAE team. Delighted to have you here. I was lucky enough to be invited to Oman earlier in the year and met with most of the team. Treated me wonderfully well, fantastic hospitality, and we're delighted to welcome them here back to Spain this year. So we'll have 3 UAE team members, then we'll continue with the regular start list all the way down to the number 1 in the list, and then we'll have 3 UAE at the end as well. So the first of the UAE competitors, Abdullah, I would argue the best of the 6 here from the team. He won the competition in Oman earlier in the year, so showing his pedigree there. Nicely low to the ground as he starts. Pretty good first turn. Needs to hit the centre pylon and take a left. Gained a little bit of height, but it's still looking extremely good. Nice tight turn. Very nice indeed around the near left pylon. 1 more pylon to go. Take a big fat left. Bar out, full throttle. Stay on the dry bit. He's a collapse. He needs to stay low to get a score. And he may have survived in time. He may have recovered just enough to get through the gate low enough to be scored. But an excellent performance with a slight wobble at the end. And it looks as though he's been scored a 0. Hard luck, Abdullah. That was a really, really good flight. Just a bit of a wobble right on the finish line. But that's all it takes. Your first 30 seconds can be brilliant. Your last half second means you mess it up and you don't score a point. Let's talk about the structure of the competition. We've 2 classes, haven't we? We've got PF1 and PL1, the foot-launched and the land trike, the wheeled trikes. All of the PF, all of the competitors compete in the same open class. So everybody flying PF will be in the same class, but that's subdivided into the open and the serial. So I'll come on to that later because we've got competitor 25, the second one from UAE, Khamis Al-Khabi. Nice low approach, feet out for the speed bar. Approaching first pylon, which will be top right-hand side as we're looking now. A left turn now needs to come to the centre pylon. And he might have gone around that the wrong way. So that's for scorers to check, and he will be given an ERR code, an error code, for going the wrong way round the course. But he's continuing. He's going back to the original pylon, which is the right thing, the wrong thing to do, and he's gone the wrong way around there as well. Needs to lose some height to go through the gate at the correct height, which he's doing. So he probably will score a time. Action all around me now as the PF class gets underway. PF tends to be a little bit quicker than PL just for the reasons it's a little bit quicker to get off the ground and you can put more pilots into the deck at the same time. Big smile from number 38, Ryan from Texas. Big character, Ryan. He's going to belie his start time. He's starting low down. So he's starting early on in the start list because he doesn't have a history in the competition. But you watch. Just you watch. He won't be 38th in the list at the end of the day. Third of the UAEs, Rashid, number 24. Flying a free ride too. Let's see if he can go the right way. So that's good around the first one. He needs to go anti-clockwise, left-hand turn around the middle. A little bit wide, but he's doing okay. Off to the top left as we're looking right now. Needs to go right around there. Looking good, looking nice and steady. Good control. Into the last pylon. Big left turn. Again, looking very good. Full speed, full throttle. Speed bar out. Keep the height down. Nicely done. Excellent performance from Rashid. Congratulations. Next up, first of the Team America with Mark Malloin. Delighted to see so many Americans here this year. With a female pilot as well, Leah Catula, hoping to improve on her second place last year. Just got pipped at the very end by Morgan and the French team. So Leah looking to avenge that second place from last year. Here we go, number 39, Mark from USA. Flying a gin carve. So if you want a list of all competitors, you can go to the official website, 7wpsc.com. 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships, 7wpsc.com. And there you'll see a list of all competitors. Speed bar fully out for Mark as he goes along the straight. Generally pull it in for the turns and then fully out again for the finishing straight. Need to stay low. So you're battling against the power of the engine, which wants you to climb, but you need to stay low as well. So it's a balancing act between power and gaining height, climbing. But very, very solid performance from Mark. Good marker. This the first task of official competition day number 1. 5 full days of competition, weather permitting, this week. Mark did exactly the right thing, got himself around the course, nice and steady, posting a very good time, but most importantly, getting some points and getting himself in position. .88 from Mark. Whoa, we're getting a bit close to the ground there for Ryan. Oh, he's dicing with getting wet here, but he's doing okay. Look how close he's getting to the pylons. And he's actually splashed. Is the engine still going, or is he going to be a swimmer? No, he's managed to survive and get on with it, so still going. You stand by the fire, you're going to get burned, but he's finally made it through. So a little bit gung-ho perhaps in the first round, but you can see the ability of Ryan. It's only because we don't have a competition history on him that he's starting low down in the start list. But my guess is the competition director will revise the starting order for tomorrow based on the results of today. That's my guess, I don't know. And likely Ryan will be much higher up the start list tomorrow. Yeah, so Ryan scored 38.5. But you can see on dice.flights the letters WAT, which means it's a water splash, touch the water. So we add 3 positions to his place in the table. So if he was coming first, we add 3, he's now coming 4th for hitting the water. Number 37, Marcin. From Poland. Let's follow him with the follow me drone as he's going round the next pylon. Very, very close to the water again. Beautiful control through the finish gate and an excellent performance from Marcin. Well done. French team technical director Mohamed giving last minute instructions to his competitor number 33, Timothée Stengel from the French team. Oh, it's not Mohamed, beg your pardon. Last minute checks. If you don't know anything about paramotors, so Tim will be holding in one of his hands the throttle device and he'll be squeezing it to control the throttle, and he also has an engine kill switch as well on his thumb, most likely. Onto the action, competitor number 36, Jakub from Poland. Nice and steady, he needs to take the first turn clockwise, which he's done, round the centre pylon, anti-clockwise. Clockwise round pylon number 3, back up to the first pylon, now pylon number 4, take a left turn and full speed, full throttle to the finish gate. Just has to correct himself. As I was saying a couple of minutes ago, you put full throttle, you'll climb, so you need to balance the power with altitude gain to get through the finish gate. Is it me? Yeah, it's me. Am I next? Come on, I want to go. I'm getting excited. Go, Tim. Bonne chance, as they say in French. The heartbeat will be going. The palms will be sweating. This is mega high adrenaline action. He's obviously been given the green flag by Chief Marshal Simon. So, competitor 35 from Poland, Severin, tells me I've got to say his name with aggression. And he's certainly attacking the course with aggression too. Excellent roll rate, brilliant control just above the water level. Full throttle around the corner. Needs to go left 180 round pylon number 4 and a flat out dash to the finish line. Unbelievable drone shots from our media provider KTO Productions here, and Geordie on my right hand side running the keyboards, bringing these graphics and these images to you in collaboration with Mickey on the handheld camera, which you can see right now, and not forgetting Sébastien on the fixed camera. So we saw pilot 33, Tim from France, only a minute ago, lining up and being given final instructions. And he's in the air, and we can see off camera that he's lining up now to start his run. I have the privilege of also watching the drone shots at the same time, so I can see drone lining up behind Tim. Here we go. Allez, 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 Tim. Let's fly. Go to the far pylon. Clockwise round that. Now to the middle pylon, anti-clockwise. Whoa, Tim. Gets control back. A little bit of a wobble, but he's okay. Going right around this pylon. Yeah, he's still suffering from the loss of control from pylon number 2, but he's back in control. Not looking so smooth this time, Tim, but you're there now, around the last pylon. And up the revs. And just had to drop the revs at the last second to get through the height of the finish gate. Tim scoring 43.252, currently 5th place. Teammate from Team France, Stéphane Fontana. Flag Zone Viper 6. And a Simonini 250 engine. Let's fly live with Steph as he gets around the course. Control the height, Steph, as you go around pylon number 3, but he's doing all right. A little bit high there, but maybe it's because he's gaining some speed to go full out for the finish gate. Get down, Stick, get down. Have to wait and see if he scores points. So we had a general briefing last night. We started at 7 o'clock and finished in the dark with competition director Kamil Manchowski from Poland going through exactly what he's expecting of competitors this week. And pilots were left in no doubt whatsoever how to fly, how to stay safe. And part of that instruction was to do with the start-finish gate. He's picked an excellent solution of the height of the pylon so that competitors can see for themselves how high they need to be. So Team GB, compatriot of mine, Dan Jones from the United Kingdom. Dan's first experience of world-level paramotor slalom. I asked Dan earlier what's his ambition for the week. He said stay dry, so let's see. He's got a very, very sensible head on his shoulders. He's doing exactly the right thing. He's getting used to the conditions. This is task number 1 of what could be 15 tasks this week. Good on you, Dan. I hope you got through the finish gate. Again, looked a little bit high, but we'll wait and see. Yep, he scored 44.512 seconds. Currently lying 6th. Good stuff, Dan. So we're live. It's 9:50 in the morning, Central European time. We're here in South Spain in the Andalusia region, on a lake next to a town called Bornos. And we're giving you live here on a Tuesday morning at 9:50 a.m. the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships. Welcome. Stick with us for the next several hours until the weather tells us we need to go home and have some lunch. We've pilots from around the world competing this week for the title of World Champion. Next up, Carlos, number 30 from Spain. Making up a team of 8 this week. Gained a little bit too much height there on pylon number 3, but he's okay. He's coming back down again. Good, safe, wide approach round pylon 4. And then battle the power to keep the proximity to the water. And he's nicely done. Carlos flying a Dudek Warp 17 wing. So Dudek, one of the very, very generous sponsors of this event. Dudek Paramotors from Poland. My very good friend Wojtek Domanski, one of the owners of the company. If you're listening, Wojtek, we miss you. We think of you often. We wish you were here. But he's back home busy making paramotor wings. But thanks very much to Dudek for being the canopy sponsor for 7WPSC this year. Another Dudek pilot, number 29, Carol. Needs to go left around the centre pylon. All the way round. Pylon number 3, looking good. It's looking fast, a little bit high, but he's got the speed. Great turn through 4. Very, very solid performance indeed. I'm going to stick my neck out and I'm going to say that he will have gone to the top of the leaderboard. No, third, 32.952. Dice.flights, pick competition 7WPSC, and then pick the category. We're currently in category PF, Paramotor Foot Launched, and task number 1, Blizzard. If you just joined us this morning, welcome. We've been live since 8:30 this morning. It's now 10 to 10 or 5 to 10 local time here in South Spain. You can follow all the live times from the software sponsor, Dice.flights. Pick 7WPSC, and then the category we're following at the moment is PF. And pick the task 1, Blizzard. Why is it called Blizzard? Well, we've got 5 pylons out there in the middle of the lake, and there's any number of ways we can fly around all 5 of those. And the one that the competition director picked this morning is called Blizzard. It's just the name for the pattern that we fly. So 27 from USA, William or Wallow. Very distinctive haircut. Here we go. Let's see how he flies. Readily admitted to me a couple of days ago that he's completely new to this. His training flights were showing great promise. So let's see how he's going to cope on official task number 1. Bit of a correction going into pylon 3, but he's keeping up the speed. It's climbed very high. That's going to be losing him time through pylon 4. But it does mean that he can dive down to finish his run on a high, and he's very safely through the finish gate. Good stuff, Wallow. So coming in 9th with a time of 46.988. Currently leaderboard, Martin from Poland in 1st, Severin from Poland in 2nd, and Karol from Czech Republic in 3rd. But that could all change. We are running reverse championship order, so those who have a history in this competition will be going later on, culminating with the current world champion who won in Qatar last year. It's from Poland, is Bartosz Nowiczki. First of the female competitors, number 21, Kaylee Biss from USA. Very distinctive disco wing. Kaylee's been to Bornos before, but I do believe this is her first time at world level. Really great character, Kaylee. Very excited to be here. Really loves her flying. Hoping to get the most out of the experience to have a great week. Nice and controlled from Kaylee. Very nice indeed. Beautifully smooth, excellent skills. Get some speed, feet straight out, speed bar up. Stay low, Kaylee, stay low. But we're looking okay, I think. Kaylee Biss, number 21, safely through the course and coming back to land so that she can register her score. Proudly supported by her dad this week. Jerry, shout out to Jerry. Good to see you this morning and good luck with the rest of the week. Chief Marshal Simon just making sure that everything's okay. Pivotal role, Simon. Controlling the takeoff deck, which controls all of the rest of the action. Incredible efficiency. You can see it's non-stop action with very, very little waiting time between pilots. It means that we can make most of the weather windows that we have. Second female competitor and number 2 in the world. Number 19, Leah Catullo from Florida, United States. She's a little high, but she's doing really well. Great speed around the turn. With speed comes altitude gain, but she's got that under control. A little bit high, actually. And looks as though she's aborted. Sets herself very high standards, and no doubt she'll be back in round 2 with a solid performance. So I was talking about the different classifications earlier. Everybody competes in an open class PF. So all of the foot-launched pilots you can see here are all competing against each other. But that's subdivided into a serial class. So that's a restricted class, restricted by engine power, engine size. And ordinarily you also have a female category, but sadly we haven't quite got enough female pilots here this year. So Leah and Kaylee will be competing in the open class against all the other competitors. So next up, Vincente, member of the Bornos Swimming Club from yesterday in training. Let's hope he keeps his underwear dry this time. Good stuff. He's through the panel section into the finishing straight, and yep, got some points, stayed nice and warm. Well done, Vincent, or Vincente.
Yo!
14, Javier Lopez, warming up, preparing, getting ready. Make sure you haven't got your phone in your pocket. Johnson Q, number 18 from United States. I've had the pleasure of meeting Johnson a number of times in the past. Finished 20th last year in Qatar. Set his goal as not being the slowest in the open class. I personally am convinced he's going to do better than that. Need to get down for the finish, but he's done it nicely. Solid points, first task. So the serial class, limited by engine power, and for those perhaps with less experience, gives them a chance to compete at a slightly slower and lower level. And then the female category normally, but sadly we don't quite have enough, just one short this year for the female category. But this is the last of the females. Morgane Planton, current world champion, having won in Qatar last year. Allez, Morgane. Nice control as she goes to number one. Tucks her knees in as she takes her feet off the speed bar and does the turn round pylon one. Nicely controlled. A little bit wide perhaps round two, but then she's going to cut the corner, you can see, and dive down for speed into three. Wonderful turn four. Congratulations to that. Keep the speed, keep the speed. And all eyes as she goes through the finish gate. Solid. Morgane 42.8, coming 7th so far. And her opponents in the female part of the competition, Kaylee, currently 14th, a minute 5. And Leah, sadly, didn't complete the course, so didn't gain a score. So no change yet in the leaderboard as we go to competitor 14, Javier from Spain. It's a flare wing and a Corsair engine. Yowzers. You could smell the water from there, that's for sure. But very, very solid performance. Good final turn. Just blipping the throttle as he gets through to the finish gate. But guaranteed a finish. He's 7th, so he's pushed Ryan from US down to 8th and Morgane from France down to 9th, as Javier takes up 7th place so far with 40.262. Remember, we're reverse order, so we expect scores to improve, times to reduce the further through we go. 15, Andre from Poland, Ozone Freeride 2 and a Sky engine. Flinging himself through the air. High G maneuvers, pulling 2.5 G perhaps. This is the Formula One of paramotor slalom flying. This is the elite. And along with it, the stresses and the strains on the body. Another Qatari team member getting ready. That's Abel Rahman. Videx Snake 4, you can see on the ground. The Qatari team form part of the military over in Qatar. So these are officially soldiers, employees of the Qatari army. But go to the action, number 12, Alois from Czech Republic. Ozone Free Ride 2 and another Sky Boxer engine. Watching him kick the speed bar out between pylons. A little bit high around the final pylon, but he's got full speed now. Stay low. Bit of a correction. Nicely done. So there's been no change in the leaderboard for a while, so looking now to see if Alois is going to take top spot, and he doesn't. He goes into third place. 32.697 the score. Number 9, Aleš from Czech Republic. He's crouching forward so that the prop points to the air as they check the performance. Give it a warm. These are 2-stroke engines. He doesn't want to be leaning into the wing as he does that because he'll blow it away. So he just squat a little bit. And then a few steps, apply the power. They've got very, very powerful engines this week, so 6 or 7 steps and he's away. So number 11 from Qatar, Abdelrahman. Whoa, flick turn round pylon 1. And again round 2. Oh, and he's lost it. The cry of agua, agua comes out again this morning. But already you can see the buoyancy aid, the orange is inflated. I've seen the thumbs up, and look, Francisco Paco in the rescue boat is there within seconds. So Qatari team leader on the right hand side is going to be disappointed with that last performance, but giving his final instructions to his pilots. Yep, he's fine. We've had the thumbs up. He's okay. Qatari team very strongly supported. They brought their own doctor and physician. They brought their own cook, Mukhtar, and you cannot walk past the tent without being offered some delicious treat from him, or perhaps a cup of Arabian coffee. But they have mechanics as well and strong team ethos. So Abdelrahman will be given all the help he needs to get back in the air just as quickly as possible. So safety protocols, all action stops, all pilots return to the deck as we wait for the safety boat to do its job. So we're live. Welcome if you just joined us. We're in sunny Spain in Europe, although it's not quite so sunny this morning. We're in a place called Bornos, which is on a line between Malaga and Seville. So in the southern part of Spain, in the region of Andalusia. And we are on the Lago de Bornos, the Lake of Bornos. Well, it's actually a reservoir, but the Lake of Bornos, here at what is probably the center of the world for paramotor slalom. A dedicated setup for our activity. And this is the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships, the official World Championships for this year.
una mata ahí, ¿lo has visto? Una mata ahí. السلام يا ابو عبد الله. هذه فرصتك بعد
We're back, and we just welcomed a very wet pilot back to the shore, but he's perfectly okay. He was met by other team members, and he's going to be absolutely fine. Thumbs up, smiles, maybe a little bit embarrassed, but hey, it's nothing to be embarrassed about. Just pick yourself up, dry yourself off, pick up your Bornos swimming team medal, and we go again later. So, as usual, a little bit of a break while we regroup, and safety boat needs to get back into the middle of the action, and we'll be off again in just a couple of minutes' time. Good opportunity to remind ourselves of the course that we're flying. This is course called Blizzard. Like I say, there's a whole number of ways you can fly around the pylons, but this one's been picked by the competition director this morning, Kamil Manchowski from Poland, and he's decided to call it Blizzard. You can see the start-finish line at the bottom of the screen, and from there you go to the far left pylon, take a right-hand turn, highlighted in red, going to the center pylon, a left-hand turn all the way around, high G, down to the bottom left pylon, another right-hand turn to the top left pylon, and then a blue left-hand turn to the finish line. We're only using 3 pylons here this morning for task number 1. It's slightly easier with 3. We can go down to 2 if we want to, but 3 pylons is not so difficult, and I'm sure later in the week that comp director Kamil will be increasing to 4 and maybe even to 5 later in the week to test people's mettle. But this is task number 1 of the official World Championships this year. We've had some training days, last 2 days, but this is competition time now, and pilots were briefed, take it easy, make sure you get some scores the first time round. I don't think everybody was listening because we've had 3 water splashes so far today, and a couple of people take the wrong course. Surely the best tactics would be to get some solid points, to get yourself used to competition conditions, and to control the adrenaline and the stress that's going to be building up as you compete for the title of world champion. So many of the organisers are actually Polish because the competition director himself is Polish. He lives in Qatar and is ordinarily the coach of the Qatari team. But he's well known for organising championships. This is the third that he's organised now. And he has with him a great team of fellow Polish people in Chief Scorer and Chief Steward and others all helping. But many of them also speak the local language, Spanish, certainly Kamil does. And there's communication all around the ground by walkie-talkie in Spanish. And my Spanish is pretty poor, but even I understand vamos, vamos, which means let's go. And we're off. I can see the next competitors taking off as we're going in reverse championship order, don't forget. So the further into the task we go, so the speed should increase, the times should decrease. And the adrenaline levels should go pop any time now. So we can launch a number of pilots all at once because they go off to the left from the takeoff deck and they join a waiting area. They form spirals. The newest one joins at the top and works its way down to the bottom of the spiral. And the person at the bottom waits for a green flag before they're off. And this is exactly what's happened to Jerzy Sruga, number 10 from Czech Republic. He's had the green flag and we're off through the course. Following the blizzard pattern, needs to go to the far left and take a left turn around that pylon, then a left turn around the second pylon, so a right turn around the first one. A little bit high, but he's doing okay. The speed is extremely high. Pylon number 3 is looking good. Needs to go back to the original pylon, which is now pylon number 4. And then full speed, feet out on the speed bar, maximum revs. Just a little correction, but he's okay, and very good, solid points for Jerzy. And no surprise there, Jerzy jumps to the top of the leaderboard, 30.869, and he is our current leader. Jerzy represents the first of the top 10 pilots. All of these pilots have got pedigree, all of them have got a history in this competition. And we expect the action to ratchet up unbelievably quickly from here on. Number 9, Aleš. Czech Republic's finished 13th in 23 and 12th in 24 in Qatar, but starting number 9 here today. Oh, we're out of order, so this is number 8, Thomas Mignot from France. Drone getting extremely close to him, but he's okay. And speed bar straight out in front of him as he finishes the finish line. A little bit up and down, Thomas. Be interesting to see the time that he posts. Will he be beating the current leader on 30.8 as Jerzy Sruga from Czech Republic? Don't forget, go to dice.flights for the live scores and times. At the end of the task, it's a simple case of whoever's fastest scores the lowest points. So if you're the fastest, you're number 1 in the rank, you score 1 point. And the winner at the end of the week is the person with the fewest points. So we're back to number 9, Aleš Trimel. Out of order for some reason. Maybe there was a failed first takeoff, but we're here with Aleš in the course now. Take a right round the first pylon, head for the centre pylon, take a left. All the way round to the near left and then take a right turn around there. Back to the original first pylon, take a left. And blaze those guns to get through the finish gate. Beautiful flying by Aleš. Number 4, Cyril Planton, half of a husband and wife team this week from France. Cyril is married to Morgane, current female world champion. Cyril, a highly accomplished pilot.
Let's go.
I've got high hopes for Cyril, but he's also got strong competition from his own teammates. He's got several other members of his team who are all vying for that elusive gold medal on Saturday. Number 7, Mohsen from Qatar, flying a Sky 150 with that unique engine tone. Yep, he's woken up and deciding to attack the course today. Bit high there around pylon 3, but he's back on it. Nice and tight round 4. And am I going to continue my run of bad predictions by saying that I think that's a winning run and it's going to be putting him onto the top of the leaderboard? So Aleix has broken the 30-second barrier on 26.848. But let's see where Mohsen came. See, that shows how rubbish I am. Number 8. He is 8th place with 34 seconds. Saeed from Qatar. Woohoo! Way over the horizontal. But beautifully around the final pylon. Has to check, but now full speed. Saeed flying the Zeus 300 engine from Sky with a whopping 44 horsepower. I'm an aeroplane pilot and I fly single-seat aeroplanes. 44 horsepower is plenty enough for a full-size single-seat aeroplane. So it's how do you control all that power? And here we go, Isa, number 5 from Qatar. Flying the same engine. How's he going to do? His own personal roller coaster as he's swinging through the air. Great control, fantastic images. Just a little bit of correction, but beautifully lined up for the 4th pylon. Feet out, speed bar. Had to correct, but now full throttle as he gets through the gate. And he will carry his speed and fly behind our tent and come and land on the deck. That's a necessary part of his score. If he doesn't land successfully, oh, we nearly had a face plant, but we're doing okay. If he doesn't land successfully at the end of his run, then he doesn't score. So pilot number 3, Luboš from Czech, also flying a Dudek Snake 4. Feel the G's as they change direction, as they pull themselves around. He's going to be pulling at least 2.5 G. Solid, straight through the finish gate. Time to beat 26.8. Don't forget, dice.flights for live times and live scores. It's slightly out of order. Why might that be? Well, you're allowed 3 takeoff attempts at the beginning of the task. If you think something's wrong, you can abort. Or if you have a safety problem, you can take off and come and land back in the deck, and you get 3 goes at that. And that may be what's happened to Cyril Planton, number 4 from France, because he's out of order on the start list, but that's no problem. Very, very strong, hopeful for at least a medal, maybe gold this week. Let's see how he goes. Amazing drone shots, as even the drone struggles to keep up such as the speed. Go, Cyril! Allez, allez! Fantastic. So Cyril's also here with family. Obviously his wife Morgane, who's current female world champion, but also they've children, and certainly saw one of his children at dinner last night. So he's got his own fan club. So 2 more to go, and then we have the 3 fill-in pilots from UAE. But the next 2 are numbers 2 and number 1 in the start list. So arguably the second and the best pilots in the world. And here we are with number 1, Bartosz Nowitzki from Poland, current world champion. Sit back and watch. And that, ladies and gentlemen, that is how you do it. An amazing masterclass lesson from the current world champion Bartosz. Incredibly tight lines, fantastically high Gs, super speed. And the next competitor through will be number 2 from France, Jérémy Penon. He and Bartosz, in my opinion, are probably the 2 who are going to be battling out for the gold medal at the end of the week. But then what do I know? My predictions have been terrible. But they have the form. Bartosz, current world champion. Jérémy, number 2 in the world from his result last year. So we see 3 UAE pilots preparing. Remember, we're sandwiching the official start list with the 6 UAE pilots. They've brought 6 pilots and 3 machines, so they're swapping. We allow the first 3 to go at the beginning of the task, and then the last 3 to go at the end of the task to give them best chance. So number 2 in the start list. The last of the official start list to go is Jérémy Penon, and we just saw him take to the air. So he will still go officially to the waiting area to follow protocol. He will wait for a green flag. And once the flag is given and he is ready, psyched up, correct headspace, cool attitude, control the heartbeat. And last of the official start list, Jérémy Penon, number 2 from France, second in the world. Time to beat 26.821 by Bartosz. Let's see what he can do in his first official run. Super fast round these first 2 pylons. Bent the pylon as he came close to it. Ran the last pylon. Again, bends the pylon as he just scrapes it. Slight correction, but amazing speed. What a performance by Jérémy. Félicitations. Bien volé. Well done, Jérémy. So the first evident sign of pylons bending. What's wrong with that? Nothing at all. It means you've got very close to it. There's no penalty for touching the pylon, but also it bent because he flew so close that the wing created a low pressure area between the wing and the pylon. A low pressure area means that the pylon is a partial vacuum and the pylon's going to bend towards the wing. Perfect skill from Jérémy. But surprising to me is only 4th place in the ranking. But it's extremely tight at the top. So with 3 more UAE pilots to go, I don't think they're going to threaten the top places. The end of Task 1 PF1 sees Bartosz from Poland first with 26.82. Aleš from Czech Republic second, 26.84. Isa from Qatar, 26.92. Jérémy from France, 27.12. So I make that 0.3 of a second between the top 4 pilots. Amazing action here. Day 1, Task 1 of this, the 7th FAI World Paramotor Championships. Short break. We're going to recollect our thoughts and then we are going to come back with task number 2, which will be starting with PL1. We'll be back soon.
Is that what they agreed on?
and setting me free from my chest. I feel so low. I'm not myself. I feel so low. I'm not myself. I'm not myself. I'm not myself. I'm not myself.
Be careful with this, okay? With power. Approach. Without power. Okay, right. Full power, full power, full power. Full power. Hop. اوكي
تمام تمام. على راحتك.
يلا
يلا.
Black hole.
Tyle mocniej leci?
We're back. Welcome back to Bornos in Spain. Sunny, well, not quite so much, southern Spain at the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships. We are about to start with round 2 of official competition, task number 2, and we'll be using the pattern Black Hole, as you can see on your screen now. Fascinating one from the start line. You need to go to the center pylon and do a 360. No, sorry, a 270 to the bottom left, and then a 180 past the center pylon to the far right pylon, a 180, and then a full 360 around the center pylon and into the finish line. Aptly named Black Hole. Lots of circles using just 3 pylons. So welcome back. We had a 15-minute break while we just waited for a bit of cloud to go through. It's unusually cloudy here in Bornos in sunny Spain. So I'm going to have to rename it Bornos in cloudy Spain. And we're already away. We're starting with class PL2, Paramotor Land Trike 2. So a paramotor with wheels. And I think this is Ibrahim Al-Khal from Qatar starting with the round. So let's follow him as he goes round the center pylon. Off to pylon number 2, which is a 180 turn. Past the center pylon in a chicane manner. Off to the far pylon, a 180 turn. And then back all the way around the center pylon. A full 360. Going wide because of the speed and through the start-finish gate. Solid performance, well done from Ibrahim. So if you've been watching, we did have a few PF1 pilots take off just a few minutes ago. If you remember and you've been here from the start, we have an official PF1 start list, which is based on the history of the competition. So if you're the fastest in the world, you will go last. If you're the slowest or we don't have any history on you, you will go in the first. Well, we've got a UAE team that's here with 6 pilots and 3 machines. So we've accommodated them, and we have 3 UAE competitors go first, and then the regular start list, and then 3 go last. So if you were watching and you were unsure what was happening, it was the fill-in. So we've got second pilot now. This is Lukasz from Czech Republic. safely through, is watching now the takeoff deck. Welcome if you've just joined us. We've been on live since 8:30 this morning, local Spanish time. It's now 11:10, so we're moving into the third hour. We're 2.5 hours into our coverage. We're here live in Bornos in southern Spain at the official FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships for 2025. It's competitor 53 getting ready. It's Pablo Marino from Spain. You can see his wing behind him, the control lines leading to the cage that he sits in with the two-stroke engine behind him and 3 lightweight wheels, making this a trike, so a paramotor trike taking to the air in no distance whatsoever. Meanwhile, we have the next competitor, Michał, number 56 from Poland. Nice job, Michał, making me go dizzy watching them. Goodness knows how they're feeling in the middle of the action. So Michał posted an excellent score in the first task earlier on this morning, finishing 5th. Head over to dice.flights for the official software scoring this year. Dice.flights. Pick the competition you want to follow, which is the 7WPSC, 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championship. And then we're following the PL class at the moment, class PL1, sorry. And there you can see a choice. T1 Blizzard was the first task we flew this morning. T2 Black Hole is the live task. So if you're with me on that page, you can see that in first place at the moment is Ibrahim with 66, I beg your pardon. And then Michał with 41.35. On course with Thibaut from France. So doing a 180 round the centre pylon. Back down to pylon number 2, and it's another 180 across the course using the centre pylon as a chicane to pylon number 3. A 180 left turn, and then a clockwise turn all the way around the centre pylon. And full speed, full throttle through the finish gate. So if you've just joined us, that's the task for Thibaut to make a score, but there's more to it than that. He needs to take off safely from the takeoff deck just to the left of the slalom course. Fly to a waiting area, wait for a green flag, and then enter the slalom course for real. But it's not over then. He needs to go back to the takeoff deck, which also serves as a landing deck, and land safely. Don't impede anybody else, don't cause any danger. And only then will his score be valid for task 2. So Thibaut, time of 44.2, goes into the 3rd place currently. We're flying reverse championship order. This is day 1, so we have to go on the history and the knowledge of pilots. But my guess is that for day 2 we will have the updated start list from day 1's action. That's my guess, I don't know. I'm here helping the organisers with the championship this year, and my actual job is jury president of the international committee. But I'm working closely with the competition director. It's his choice what he does every day, It's his choice of the design of the task. But from previous experience, having worked with him, it's my guess that we will have an updated start list for tomorrow. We've got 5 days of action, Tuesday through Saturday, starting 8:30 every morning and going on until whenever the wind decides it's going to come up, which might be 12, 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Until Saturday afternoon, we stop and we have an awards ceremony and no doubt a bit of a party on Saturday evening. So it's Martin Carpio from Spain, originally from Australia, but been living in Spain a long time now. Really great guy, real supporter of paramotor flying, and he's amassed a Spanish team this year of 8 pilots. And I would argue it's largely thanks to him cajoling and persuading and encouraging that we have such a strong local team this year. Martin goes into 4th place with a time of 1 minute and 8 seconds. Great pictures from the takeoff deck. I can see my good friend Toon on the right in the blue t-shirt just helping out. That may be competitor number 3. That was Michał Paulus from Poland, so somebody's helping him with last minute problems. So competitor number 53 from Spain, Pablo Merino. Sadly didn't record a score first thing this morning in task number 1, so let's see if he can improve on that. We've an expression in English, slow and steady wins the race. And he's certainly going steadily. And given that he didn't score any points from task 1, it's certainly a good tactic to make sure that you do get on the board in task 2. If you've just joined us, we have a system of being able to delete our worst score every 5 tasks. So if we fly 5 tasks, and we should do that today and tomorrow, you can, well, you do pick the worst of those 5 and you delete that and you carry the top 4 scores through. So it's not all over. If you don't score in one of the tasks, as Pablo didn't this morning in task 1, not the end of the world, because that may well be the one that he deletes after we've completed 5 tasks. A little bit overcast this morning. We did have to wait a few minutes for some cloud and haze to go through. But the good thing is that the sun's being kept off, so the weather conditions are very stable. Very, very light winds. Excellent flying conditions for the Paramotor Slalom. $18 in the class, we're 6 through, so we're 1/3 through. Running in reverse order, so we've got the best in the world coming up later, and we most certainly do. We've current world champions, former world champions, and then world medalists as we proceed through the list. Looking at the wing, that looks as though it's Oscar. Yes, confirmed, 52, Oscar Robles Pereira from Spain. Didn't score in round 1, so he's looking to get some points in round 2. A little bit ragged going through the pylon there. But a 180 turn back to the center pylon. Whoa, a little bit out of control. Needs to keep it right side up. 360 around the center pylon. And out we go. You could see there at the end Oscar making sure that he flew low down in the finish gate. There are buoys in the water to show where the start-finish line is. And it has a certain height. It has the height of the pylons. Because of the very sophisticated scoring system that we use here, we have a highly expensive piece of equipment, a scoring timing gun, which measures when pilots cross the line, both going in and going out, to the accuracy of 1/1000th of a second. And if perhaps you were following just only half an hour ago with the foot launch class, you'll know that the times were incredibly tight, with the leader of that class scoring 26.821 seconds, but then 26.848 and 26.927 for second and third place. So these thousandths of a second are proving very useful and very necessary. Looks like we had a slight change in order. That can happen for any reason. Pilots have 3 goes at taking off from the takeoff deck, and it's a safety measure in case they feel that their takeoff run isn't perfect. They are able to abort, or if they have a safety issue, they're able to return to the deck before starting their task, and they get 3 goes at that. So the takeoff order list that's been published this morning will be followed unless somebody has a technical issue, and that's what's happened here. We've got number 52 Oscar actually flying. No doubt who's sponsoring his wing. Nice and safe, nice and steady. Remember, go through the finish gate below the top of the pylon, and Oscar scores some points. Well done to you, Oscar. I mentioned sponsors. We have a number of sponsors this week who really genuinely do mean that the event can go ahead. It's not a particularly high budget event, and we thank our generous sponsors very much indeed. We've got 5 categories, and in the motor category we have Viterazzi Motors, very generously sponsored us and helped us put this event on this week. We have Liberty Paramotors, providing the chassis, the frames of the Paramotors. So thank you, Liberty, and we have the owner of the company here with us this week, Carlos. The canopy category has gone to Dudek, my good friend Wojtek. Thank you for your support. And then we have Dice.Flights, software provider, and KTO Productions bringing you this media extravaganza with the amazing shots. We've got follow me drone shots and all of the rest of the images that you can see. Mika from Finland making up the Finnish team this year with just the one competitor. Strong social media following, look him up. Mika Virolainen. He's been successful in gaining a number of sponsors to enable him to come to the event this year. And doing his sponsors proud. Solid points, solid scores. I could see him earlier on being coached by Toon Heilebus from Belgium. Toon just making him aware of a couple of adjustments that he could possibly make, concentrating on his approach into the course. You need to have a steady path, steady altitude, as fast as possible, where Mika was performing the dolphin action on the way in before by putting full throttle, low throttle, full throttle, low throttle, where he should really be squeezing and picking a middle point. But also the wind will have a factor. Depending on where the wind is coming from in the course, will decide how you should attack the turn around the course. And Toon was giving Mika some points. Maybe it's paid off and Mika scored well this time round. So next up is Abdulrahman from Qatar, finished 6th in task 1. Slalom kick round the middle up to the far pylon, and it's a 180 before a full 360 round the centre pylon. Going a bit wide, but he can cut in tight and then full speed through the finish gate. Lovely stuff, well done. 6th in task 1 this morning. So Mika's time is scored already, 46.8 in 5th place currently. And Abdulrahman absolutely blowing the competition away so far, with a time of 38.855. Go to dice.flights for the official scoring. Pick the competition, 7WPSC. And we're category PL. And we're task 2 black hole. Thomas from France. Great overhead drone shot as he comes into the course. Needs to do a 180 round the centre, off to the corner pylon, and a 180 round that corner. Go across the course using the centre as a chicane post, a 180 around this pylon. And then a full turn, a clockwise turn around the centre. It's gone extremely wide there on the approach, cutting it close on the exit. Great control, great height control. Guaranteed score as he goes through the finish. 38.855 to beat, with Abdulrahman from Qatar currently in the lead. Competitor 47, Vaclav from Czech Republic, 3rd this morning. Slightly different technique. Coming in high, going low to get speed through into the start gate. Tight around the first pylon. Left hand 180 around pylon 2. Perform the S around the centre pylon, pylon 3. Left 180 round pylon 4, and then this 360 turn to complete. Very, very fast indeed. Stayed in the dry. Climbed a little bit as he was entering the 360 in the centre, but that's a strong flight. They're going to post a good time. And recorded in the scores, 35.56 seconds. That's Vaclav at the top of the leaderboard as we speak. If you're interested in the paperwork, you can go to the official website, www.7wpsc.com. 7 World Paramotor Slalom Championship, 7wpsc.com. And there you'll find a list of competitors, but also a tab, rules and regulations. And we are working to the local regulations, which will give you absolutely all of the details of the rules, and how and where we fly, all penalties, scoring system and all the rest. So if you really want to gen up on the rules, go to 7wpsc.com. So as you can see, sunny Spain is not living up to its name, and with a bit of cloud come through, competition director has decided that we need to take a break to wait for the cloud to pass. So we'll take a break and we'll come back as soon as the action is back. We're back, surprisingly. This is Gaetan from Team France. He had a technical problem earlier, and he asked if he could do a flight to check the engine that he had a problem with, and then competition directors surprised us all by saying, if it's okay, you can go on and do your task. So that's exactly what he's doing now. Gaetan from Team France, number 44. Doesn't seem to be having a problem now, though. He clearly didn't have a problem because he's gone straight to the top of the leaderboard with 31.86. Don't forget, Dice.Flights, official software provider, official scorer at this competition. On to Jan Ludière from France, competitor number 46. Came 7th this morning in task number 1. This is task 2 of the World Paramotor Slalom Championships here in Bornos in Spain. Welcome back. And a very small amount of rain go through, but we're back. And Jan Ludière from France safely through the course. 5 inflatable pylons making up the number 5 face of a dice. That's why we call it dice flights. And competition director Carmel decided this morning that we were going to fly the black hole design. There's any number of ways of flying around 5 pylons, and this time we're flying the black holes. If you go to dice.flights, navigate your way through the competition, which is 7 WPSC, 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships. And then this is the PL category, Paramotor Land Trikes, and task 2, black hole. .45, Milan Clément did not score this morning from Czech Republic, but he's 5th best in the start list according to his history in this competition. So watching closely. So gained a lot of height there in the final turn 360 around the centre pylon. Needs to drop low to go through the finish gate. And Milan was scored 0 for that. He had an FEX in the scoring. FEX means a failure in the exit gate. So I'm afraid he doesn't score for that. Brice Tisper from France. Very, very hot favourite for at least a podium place this week. Came 2nd this morning. History of 2nd in the World Championships in 23 and 3rd last year in Qatar in 24. Yowzers, pulling on the riser as he swings left, swings right. on the limit as he needs a 360 round the middle pylon. And full blaze to the finish line. You can see speed bar in action. Boris in his trademark. Huge black bushy beard. Lovely guy. Always has time for you. Always wants to come and talk. Always with a big smile on his face. So straight in at second place, 32.323. Only 0.5 of a second behind Gaetan, his teammate currently in first. This is task 2 of what we hope will be maybe 15 tasks during the week. We're flying Tuesday through Saturday this week. And it's accumulation of all of your scores. So wherever you finish in the task is the number of points you score. So Boris is currently in second place. If that's the case at the end, then he will gain 2 points from this task to carry forward to his total. Ibrahim Hussein from Qatar won task 1 this morning. Came third in 2023 at the World Championships. So entering the centre pylon, he's a full 360 turn around that pylon. Lovely control from Ibrahim. Fantastic control of the height over the water. That's the thing that's really going to give you the speed. And the near instant scoring, 29.787 seconds. First to break the 30-second barrier on this task, Black Hole. Ibrahim leaps into the lead. A full 2 seconds ahead of Gaetan in second place. And one more to go. This is Hayyan Al-Khababi. Didn't score this morning, so he's looking to get some points on the board. Hot favourite for a top medal this week. So past the centre pylon with the chicane, 180 around this pylon. Gained some height, but didn't seem to lose much speed. He's a full 360 around here. Look how tight a turn. Feel the G's on the shoulders. And looks like he's safely through the finish. And sure enough, Hayyan jumps into first place, 29.038, an unbelievable time. And subject to confirmation, because these are always provisional scores until everything is checked, looks as though the result of task 2 in the PL class is going to be number 1, Hayyan Al-Khababi, in first place. In second place, Ibrahim Hussein. And in third, Gaetan Magnan from Team France. So I make that the end of the PL class, so we move to the PF class. If you're new to paramotoring, PF, paramotor foot launched, and 1 means one person. There's the Mark from Team USA with his recognisable beard. And we move to the PF1 class. Again, we're in reverse championship order, and if you were listening earlier, perhaps you'll know that we've got 6 UAE pilots, but they've only got 3 paramotors between them. So team members have kindly allowed them to break the official start list, and we have 3 flying first and then 3 flying last to give them a chance to switch over. So this is the first of the 3 UAE pilots. The next UAE pilot, Rashid. Looking a little bit murky out there. The camera's not doing us justice. It's pretty bright. It's a pretty clear day. Conditions are still good. Wind is very light indeed. You can see there's almost no colour on the lake, by which I mean wind bringing up waves or creating some surf. Pylons are sitting quite nicely, and it's a great day for flying. And the third of the UAE pilots, Medster number 25, Kamis Al-Khabi. And he didn't even make the start. Agua, 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 as he gets into the water, even on the start run. He's okay, he's waving. Decided he'd prefer to go swimming than go flying this morning. So it's caught the safety boats a bit off guard because they're obviously waiting in the slalom area, but you can see them both racing over to the pilot now. I can see off camera that he's absolutely fine. He's waving. Heads above water, buoyancy aid has worked. And there we go. Even though he was miles out of the course, safety boats got to him in no time, and he's going to be pulled out, and we'll be back just as soon as he's back on dry land, checked over by the medics, and we'll be back in just a few minutes' time. Center pylon as the chicane. To the far pylon, you can see top right hand corner. Do a left turn, a blue coloured turn, 180 around that. And then back to the black hole part of it, the 360 turn around the center pylon before heading for the finish gate. So very high Gs in this. Lots of 180s or more turns. Lots of pressure on the body. And lots of control needed. So we have several camera angles here this week, and this is another one provided by Sébastien, the cameraman, German cameraman living here in Spain. And here he is giving you pictures of the main rescue boat. The person at the front of the boat is the event director, Paco or Francisco. Maybe you can see that the nose of the boat has a hinge on it. And as they come into ground, so Paco will drop the nose of the boat. And they will recover the pilot. But you can see he's absolutely fine. And already the Red Cross, the Cruz Roja, is ready and waiting. And why are they applauding? Because he's become a member of the Bornos Swimming Club. Pretty early on, normally it happens during the course itself, but he decided, hey, lovely day, I'm in Spain, I'm on holiday, let's go for a swim instead. But you can see he's absolutely fine, being helped by everybody. He'll be looked over now by the medics. Look, they're ready with towels, and they won't let him go until they've made sure he's okay. But he's just a bit cold, look. Nice warm cup of coffee. And then back to work. This is the beautiful town of Bornos, which is where we are based this week. We were delighted to welcome and to invite the mayor of the town of Bornos to our opening ceremony on Sunday night. We are delighted to be here. This is a centre for paramotor slalom, and we do our very best to not be noticed by the members of the community. We are very respectful, remain very quiet during the day, and the noise that we do make is obviously well away from the city, because we respect the local area and we thank them very much indeed for welcoming us back on a regular basis. Bornos is a centre for paramotor slalom in the world. Excellent conditions, fantastic facilities, and some wonderful people, including Paco, the guy on the boat that we saw just now, as the driving force behind making this a centre of excellence for paramotor slalom. So I've had notification that we're relaunching imminently. Just need to give time for the safety boats to go back into the middle, and then we'll carry on with the PF class. Beautiful scenery of Lake Bornos, Lago de Bornos, from one of the 2 drones that we're employing this week. Wonderful place to be. It's actually quite a good thing that it's a little bit overcast here today. Keeps the heat off. It's been getting into the mid-high 20s, even here late in October. We've had some beautiful days at the beginning of the week. Most of us are quite pleased it's a little bit overcast and only in the mid-20s today. I'm British, mid-20s in October, unheard of, fantastic news. But just a privilege to spend the week watching the action and being part of a beautiful community and the friendliness and the atmosphere that's created by this championship. So over to my left, I can hear that the pilots are already in the air. So let's have a recap. We're now, 3.5 hours into this broadcast, so maybe you've just joined us. We're at the 7th FAI World Paramotor Championships here in Bornos, in Andalusia, in southern Spain. A couple of hours northwest of Malaga. And this is the official World Championships for 2025 to determine world champions in classes PF, Paramotor Foot Launched, which is the image you can see on screen now, and PL, Paramotor Land Plane, which are trikes with wheels. here all week. We're going to be flying Tuesday through Saturday and then giving out the medals on Saturday evening. Mark from USA comes into the course. Solid performance in the first round earlier on today, coming 24th out of the 29 who posted a score from a total field of 37 PF competitors this year from 10 countries around the world. Mark from Team USA, pretty strong team. Certainly in the female category with Leah, definitely a medal favourite, though sadly not in the female category this year, not enough females to create a valid class. But nevertheless, there's rivalry, there's competition with the other females competing. But Leah and Mark being part of Team USA, and Mark another successful, solid performance. And go over to dice.flights, DICE.flights, the official scoring website, and you can see that Mark Mallorin from Team USA, 49.882 seconds. Mark currently in first place. Yeah, the windsocks picked up a little bit. We hope to fly typically till 1 or 2 p.m. We've been a little bit unlucky with a bit of rain this morning. But eyes on to number 38, Ryan from USA. New to the sport, but definitely not new to the skills. Let's sit and watch Ryan as he goes around in circles. Through the chicane, 180 round this next pylon. Yow. And then a final 360 around the middle. Clearly loves roller coasters, flinging himself around the sky. Excellent performance from Ryan, close to the ground. And safely through. Very, very good performance indeed from Ryan. Came 19th this morning, and by the looks of it, is going to improve on that score in this task too. Look at the concentration. Engines running, they've all got slip clutches. Well, most people have got slip clutches these days. So the propeller's not turning yet. As soon as they squeeze the throttle. If you're new to paramotors, they'll have a throttle device in one of their hands. It's a trigger device. Maybe you'll see he'll squeeze his hand. No, we've cut through to the action. He squeezes his hand and opens the throttle, and the propeller will then engage. 36, Jakob. 16th this morning in task 1. So round the centre, 180 round one of the corners. Pylon just bending a bit, looks as though it's getting a bit windy, perhaps there's a gust gone through. Through the course with the little S chicane. 180 round the far pylon. And then the full 360. Very smart, very controlled. Stay low. And he was risking not getting a score by being too high through the finish gate. Finish gate has a height. We're using very sophisticated equipment here this afternoon, and it can only have a height of to the top of the pylon. So pilots have been briefed, and they've been told they must fly through the finish gate at a height no higher than the top of the pylon. 29, Saeed from Qatar, just getting ready, last checks. Severin from Poland. Came 10th this morning. Yep. Another good performance from Severin. Made me laugh yesterday. I said, how do you pronounce your name then? And he said, I am Polish. I am unhappy. You say it with aggression. So that's why I'm saying Severin, because he told me to say it that way. Good on you, Severin. So next into the course will be competitor number 37. Marching from Poland, flying Dudek Snake 4 and a Polini Thor 250. He's on a 16-meter wing. And the full turn. Very nice indeed. So if you don't know, what's a 16-meter wing? Well, it's the size of the wing, clearly. Is that big or small? Well, the wings range this week from 13 meter, the smallest, all the way up to, we think, 25 meter. Typically, in the range 15 to 18 is about right. But it's linked also to the gross weight of the pilot and equipment. And that's part of the regulations here this year, is that you must not exceed the certified weight carrying capacity of your wing. So if you're a bigger pilot with heavier equipment, you're going to need a bigger wing to carry it. Bigger wings are slower than smaller wings. So to be truly competitive, you have to be as lightweight as possible, fly as small a wing as possible. I'm talking generally, but it's usually the case. So if I tell you it's a 16-meter wing, it's mid-range. It's not the 13 and a half meters that the top place competitors are flying. Maybe it's more suited to cross-country, but he's doubling up here for slalom. But there certainly are some slalom-specific wings in the mix this week. Vicente, so he went for a swim earlier, so let's make sure that he stays dry this time. Yep, I was holding my breath to the end, but he stayed clear of the water and he's okay this time. So he's going to score for the first time in the official championships. Having scored a 0 in task number 1. This is official competition. If you've been with us for the last 3 days, we practiced on Sunday, we practiced on Monday, but there's no practice here. This is the real thing. This is day 1 of 5 of world-class slalom flying here in southern Spain. 33, Tim from France. People are shouting agua, but he's not gone into the water yet. A little bit of erratic flying at the moment, but he seems to be following the pattern now, so maybe he's not, maybe he's a bit lost. No, he's regained the pattern, so he needs to take a left turn around this top pylon. And then a full 360 right turn around the center pylon. Yep, regain composure and nice second half to the flight. And away. So looking at the leaderboard on dice.flights. First place, Ryan, 33.46. Second, Marcin from Poland, 33.69. And third, Severin from Poland, 34.5. Don't forget, we're in reverse championship order. So those with a history in the sport that we know about and who are proven in the past are going later on, so we should expect scores to improve, times to reduce as we go through. 32, Steph from France. Zone Viper 6 on 18 metre. And as you saw, the Simonini 250. So the aim of the game is to maintain a constant height above water. That would be the perfect situation. So you see Steph going up and down a bit. Just demonstrating how incredibly difficult this sport is. Steph's a very good pilot, very skilled. Nevertheless, it's a real challenge to fly the perfect course. But these are the World Championships after all. It's not a lazy Sunday afternoon flight. We're here for a reason, which is to determine the world champions for this year. Maybe you've guessed I'm a native English speaker. That's because I'm British, and along comes my compatriot Dan Jones from UK. Dan, the only UK pilot here this week. His first time at this level of competition, tells me that his ambition is to stay dry. Well, let's watch for the next 30 or so seconds and see if that stays true. So a 180 round the centre pylon. Doing a figure 8 and a 180 left around the second pylon. Back to a chicane round the centre pylon. And then a 180 left. Correct. Around that pylon. Getting my left and right mixed up now. And then another figure of 8 to do the opposite direction turn. 360 round the centre pylon. And through low enough to score. And we're looking good. Good job, Dan. Solid 23rd this morning, Dan. You keep it up. Yeah, see the windsock there, it's picked up a little bit. It's still not too bad. It's a very, very sensitive lightweight windsock. We are sensitive to the weather, but we're all going okay so far. Number 30, Carlos from Spain. So taking a left 180 from around the far pylon, and then needs to do a figure of 8 to do a 360 around the middle. Nice job, well done, Carlos. I've been with this sport now for quite a few years, and only some years ago that would have been a very, very competitive time and a winning time for Carlos. But in the last several years, 3-4 years, the rate of progress in this sport has been dramatic. And we have teams now who are able to dedicate months of the year to dedicate it to training here. We have the Qatari team certainly come and camp out here in Bornos for weeks or months at a time, and they therefore raise the level for everyone else, and it's led to the sport becoming ever quicker, ever more exciting. '29 Carol from Czech Republic, Dudek Snake 4, 17 metre, Polini Thor 202. And another steady performance from Carol. So we're not updating the leaderboard because there's been no update for a short while. Still in first place at the moment, Ryan from USA, 35.4. 33.4, I beg your pardon. Still in second place from Poland, Marcin, 33.6. And in third, another Polish pilot, Severin, 34.5 seconds. We're looking at dice.flights for the scores. And on dice.flights, you'll see a bit further down in the score sheet, there'll be some scores that have got letters in a column next to them. Maybe CLP or FEN or SPL. They all have meanings, they're penalties. We have penalties for various reasons. If you're deemed not to have been flying safely, we discourage that, so we give you penalties. The exact descriptions are in the local regulations on the official website, and I can go through them with you. But let's turn to William from Team USA. Had never flown a course like this before. Real character Wallo. Determined to give it a go and do the best he can. A little bit ragged this time round. It was a really good flight in task 1 this morning and a solid 25th place. This is a little bit more ragged. Yeah, you can see him gaining and lowering height the whole time. Not good for speed. But he's made it round. More practice, another task under your belt. Hey, I'm a world-class pilot. I've now completed 2 tasks in the World Championship. We've 3 females competing this week. Next up is going to be the first of those 3 females, which is Kaylee Biss from USA. Very easy to spot Kaylee. She's flying a Da Vinci Disco wing, which is beautifully coloured. Makes it very easy to spot. Talking to Kaylee earlier, loving the whole experience. Spending an extra week in Europe before she flies back to the States after the end of this competition. Let's see how she goes. So she's through the start gate. Needs to go to center pylon. Flyer 180. Keep getting drawn to this wing. It's such a fantastic design. Through the 180 successfully. Now it just needs to chicane down past center pylon and then go to the right of the pylon in front of her before she turns left to go round it. And then the G-inducing 360 spin at the end. It's all about the setup. It's a bit like a Formula 1 car going into a corner. How you enter the turn going around the pylon is the determining factor. You've got the wind to contend with, which is going to change your tactic. Very, very smooth indeed. Beautiful flight. Nicely done, Kaylee. Kaylee 28th this morning. I'm sure she'll have done at least that good, if not better, with that round. Good stuff. So second female of the day in task number 2 is compatriot to Kaylee, is Leah Cotullo, number 19. No stranger to these events, came second last year in Qatar in the 6th World Championships. These this week are the 7th. Leah and the French pilot Morgan Planton have a fierce but very friendly rivalry. Leah made a mistake in task 1 this morning, so didn't mark a score, so she's out to get some points for this task 2. Under the revs as she goes into the turn. Flying horizontally and is going to have missed the exit. It looks as though she's missed the exit gate. So we're looking at a penalty score when the scores are published on dice.flights. A penalty for failing the exit gate is FEX, fail exit. So we need to look out for that. Not good news because Leah didn't score in task 1 if she doesn't score again in task 2. And if you were listening before, we have a system where for every 5 tasks you can drop your worst score. So if you get a poor score in the first 5, you can drop it, but if you get 2 poor scores, of course, you can't drop both of them. And yep, she's been scored FEX, so failure to exit. She wasn't able to go through the exit gate to be recorded by our recording equipment, our scoring equipment, so therefore it's another 0, I'm afraid, for Leah. Leah, you're better than this. Second last year. And the third and final female competitor this year at 7 WPSC is from France, is Morgan Planton. Current world champion, winner in Qatar last year. Into the S part, so snaking round the centre, very tight to the centre, taking a little bit wide on the entry to pull tight for the exit on the top pylon. And then set yourself up for the 360. Looking good, Morgan. Good control of height. Good speed. Stay low. Nice. Bien volé, Morgan. Well flown, Morgan. Just had official confirmation that this is going to be the last task today. So we've had task 1 with both classes PL, the trikes, and PF, the foot launched. This is task 2. We've had the PL trikes already. This is the PF. And then we'll be calling it a day after today because of the weather conditions. But we're looking at number 50, Mika Virolainen from Finland. Let's see if that training he got from Toon is going to make any difference. Number 11, Abdelrahman from Qatar, just taking off into the sky. We're down to the last sort of 12 or 13 competitors. Yes, competitor number 12, Alois from Czech Republic. Flying Ozone Freeride 2, 16 metre with a Sky Boxer 200. Alois 11th this morning. We've had a number of changes in the running order, so we're busy catching up with who actually is flying at the moment. We get technical faults, we get problems with people not being able to take off. I think I've said it before this morning, but you get 3 chances of taking off. And if you fail the first time, as long as you're still in the deck, then you can regather and have a second go. But But that means you miss your place in the start list. So our wonderfully organised start list then becomes disrupted. But you can see in the last few pilots, the skill level is increased dramatically. The Qatari team have a lot of time to practice. They do come here to Bornos for weeks or months at a time. And actually, the competition director this week, Kamil, is employed by the Qatari team to be their full-time coach. So quickly you can see skill levels improve, speeds improve as we enter into the last 10 of this morning for task 2. Number 10, Jerzy from Czech Republic. Jerzy 7th this morning. Taking off number 10 in the start list. Starting leaderboard's not changed in quite a while now, but as we can see, Jerzy with that run has leapt to the front, so he's displaced Ryan into second place. So Jerzy with 33.0, Ryan with 33.4, and then Marcin from Poland 33.697. Top 10 now. We expect all of these to be in the top 10 of the leaderboard. So 9th last to go, Aleš from Czech Republic. Dudek Snake 4 with a 14.5 metre wing. And Sky Engines Aris 260 pulling him along. Very distinctive sound from the Sky engines. Gained a bit of height there though. He's going to lose some speed as he needs to get back closer to the ground. Off to the far pylon. 180 around the pylon. Wow, this is fast. Look at the roll rate and straight through to 360. Super high Gs as you've seen. 2.5 Gs around the turn. And yep, through the finish gate. So long as he scored himself points, which it looks as though he has. And as I say, he needs to come back and land safely on the deck. It's not over until you've landed. Now all eyes are going to be turning to Dice.Flights as he utterly smashes the leaders so far with a time of 30.14. The times of the years are tumbling as we go further down the leaderboard. 8 more to go today, with 8th from last starter, Thomas Mignot from France. Allez Thomas, bonne chance. Let's go. Quite a correction there, but he's survived and he's through round to the second pylon. And just the final pylon 360 to go. And we're away. Not the smoothest we've seen from Thomas, but let's Wait until the provisional stroke official scores come out. I say provisional official because it's pretty much automated here. But all the scores that are published are subject to ratification. It's actually my job. It's not my job here to commentate this week, but I'm helping out with the organisers. I'm the jury president from the International Federation, the international jury overseeing the rules, making sure that play is fair and that we can justifiably give out world medals at the end of the week. I'm in an absolutely perfect spot to watch all of the action. I've got every single camera shot all the time. As I watch number 7, Mohsen, from Qatar. 14.5 meter snake fall. Didn't do so well this morning at 14th. Let's see if he can improve on his score for this task number 2. And the 360 to finish. Very, very high indeed. He needs to lose the altitude before he gets through the finish gate, otherwise he won't score. It's a little bit high. I would be worried that he hasn't got the score, so we wait for the scoring and then we look in the penalty column. If it's FEX, Foxtrot Echo X-ray, that's failure to exit and he won't score. And indeed, he has a 0 score from that. So Mohsen, you need to think about your height, especially towards the end of the run. You have to get in through the finish gate below the height of the pylon, otherwise you won't score. 6 more pilots. Also from Qatar, Saeed, flying a 14-meter wing. Amazing drone shots as the drone operator flying FPV is trying to keep up with the action. Watch the chicane going through. You heard the blip of the throttle then, he just needed to correct himself, but he's back through the 180 and flinging it round the centre pylon. Fantastic shots, amazing atmosphere. And Saeed straight into second place, 30.29 at 7. And Alesh still in the lead on 30.148. Who's going to be first to go through 30 seconds on this, the black hole version of the slalom? 5 more to go. Asa came second in 2023 at the World Championships. As we have a drone's eye view of the action, following the G's, following the movement. And it's all over in no time at all. Is that going to be the first sub-30 of the day? So this is only day 1 of the World Championships, Tuesday. We're live from South Spain. It's currently 12:48 here on Tuesday afternoon. And we are broadcasting live. We're here all week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, culminating Saturday afternoon. It's a cumulative scoring system, so the scores today will be carried through to the league table for the rest of the week. So today is just as important as tomorrow, or indeed as Saturday. Mistakes made in this task may well be the deciding factor at the end of the week. And pilots need to score well and score solidly all week long. We don't have quarterfinals, semi-finals, preliminary rounds and the rest of it. It's not as if you can coast if you're one of the better pilots to begin with and then get better at the end of the week. Nope. You've got to be on your A game all week long. Talking about A games, Cyril Planton, number 4, 7th in the world in 2023, 7th in the world in 2024. Hot favourite for a medal this week. We're close enough to push him along as he goes. Come on, Cyril. A little bit high there, so lose the height. .360, needs to dive down to the ground. Get low, get low. He's done it. Time to beat 30.148. And he doesn't make it, 32.8. Sees him in 4th place for this task number 2. Three more to go. 3rd to last from Czech Republic, Luboš. 5th last year in Qatar. Minor correction doesn't seem to have made much impact so far. Needs the 360 to finish. Speed bar fully out and very safely through the finish gate. And straight into the lead with 29.942. You are my first 30-second pilot of the day for this, the black hole in PF1. 29.942. So it's all on the last of the official start list. The current world champion from Poland, Bartosz Nowitzki. No, I beg your pardon, we got Jeremy. I beg your pardon, I missed Jeremy out completely. 4th in 23, 2nd last year. He is the silver medalist from last year. Must not forget Jeremy. He and Bartosz are going to be fighting it out for the gold this week, I'm absolutely sure. Look how smooth. Look how close he gets to that pylon. And the roll rate going to 120 degrees. Straight out. Blink and you'll miss it. An amazing performance from Jeremy. Applause in the background. 29.9 to beat. And he does it. 28.644. Jeremy leaps into the lead with only one more to go. On screen, remember we've got 3 UAE pilots each side of the official start list, helping them out, making sure that they can share their engines and share their machines. But this, the last of the official starters, current world champion, Bartosz from Poland, went on a McDonald's free diet last year to make sure he made the weight to be competitive. And he's back with a vengeance this year, determined to defend his title. Look how close the tips are to the water. He's on attack mode. Final 360 and finish gate ahead. Yep, he's made it through the finish gate, I would say. 28.644, the time to beat, with Jeremy in current first place and Luboš currently second. Is Bartosz going to do it? And he does. 28.631, 1/100th of a second between first and second place. So the results for task number 2 today: in first place from Poland, Bartosz Nowicki, 28.631. In second place from France, Jeremy Penonin, 28.644. And third, Lubasz Halama from Czech Republic, 29.942. I don't think these 3 pilots from the UAE are going to threaten the leaderboard. So I think it's fairly safe to say congratulations to Bartosz in task number 2. So he's had a good day at the office. Came first in task 1 and first in task 2. Jeremy came 4th in task 1 this morning and 2nd in task 2, so that gives him a total of 6 points so far for day number 1. And Lubasz came 8th this morning and 3rd just now in task 2, giving him 11 points going forward. Don't forget, you can go to dice.flights. Oh, we've got a bit of a collapse, but he's okay. Go to dice.flights for all of the times and scoring. Our official website is 7wpsc.com. Also links there to our Instagram. And of course, we're live here on YouTube. The stream's recorded. You can come back and watch it anytime you like. And we'll certainly be back tomorrow morning, same time, 8:30 local Spanish time, for more action. Day 2 of the official World Championships. Hopefully the weather plays fair and we get 3 tasks in tomorrow morning. But we've had 2 so far today. We need 3 before we can declare this an official championship. But we've 4 more days of flying, so we certainly hope to get at least 1 more task in. As we watch the last 3 pilots from UAE complete the course. We're very hot on encouraging new entrants into the sport. It was a unanimous decision on the part of all of the team leaders to welcome the UAE team, to make adjustments to our start list to make sure that they could compete. It's all part of this weird mix of world-class competitiveness, but also the camaraderie to make sure that your fellow pilots are doing okay. Put their socks in the drying machine if they go for a swim. And there's pictures of Bartosz. So first so far. Currently the leader of the competition after just 2 races. Talking to Carlos, the owner of Liberty Paramotors. Maybe going through the tactics, and Liberty being one of the sponsors of Bartosz flying a Liberty chassis. It's a 360 development program with Carlos learning from his pilots to make improvements for the next year. I'm giving them some airtime because Liberty are very much one of the sponsors of the event this year. We've 5 sponsors. Liberty taking up the chassis category. Very, very generous sponsors of the event, as they have been of the sport of paramotoring throughout the year. But we also must mention in the engine category, Vitorazzi, also strong supporters of these flying events. Dudek take up the canopy category. Dudek Paramotors from Poland, my good friend Wojtek. Hello Wojtek, if you're listening. And then the official scorers, dice.flights. And the media production being handled by my good friend on my right hand side, who's non-stop talked Spanish all morning while he's guiding the drone pilots and the other cameramen to bring the footage to you. This is Geordie from KTO Productions. So those 5 sponsors make up the team bringing this event to you this afternoon. It's a pretty hectic time for all those involved, going from the chief scorer, who's sitting behind me, Marcin, his assistant, Peter, the competition director, Kamil, all from Poland, making a tight team. Not forgetting Simon, the chief marshal, but he's standing out on the deck. Those 4 communicating in Polish, but then also translating to Spanish for the local marshals and helpers. And Geordie also to my right, a Spanish speaker. Sebas, don't forget him. He's actually from Germany, but a Spanish speaker living in Spain. And then Mickey as well, holding the handheld camera that you can see right now. Mickey, a native Spanish. So this is the team. We're all a bit worn out now. We've been up since well before sunrise this morning. It's now 1 p.m. local time. And we're just having a few camera issues. Perhaps somebody's standing in between us and the antenna of the walking camera. But we also have to think of the pilots. They've been going now for 4.5 hours. It's stress. You may only fly for 30 or 40 seconds, but I always I liken it to other Olympic sports such as 100-meter sprint, 200-meter sprint. They'll spend years in training, 4 or 8 years in training, for perhaps a preliminary run, a semi-final run, and then a final. So their whole 4-year experience is, if you're a 100-meter sprinter, 27 seconds of running, perhaps 3 times 9 seconds. And they're worn out too. So don't underestimate the amount of energy and mental pressure there is for these people. It can be a dangerous sport. You've seen some splashes this morning. Everybody's been fine. But there always is that element. So we need to have high concentration levels, never let up, and it's tiring. Last few images of the last UAE pilots. Suddenly the weather starts to play fair. I can feel it warming up now on my back as the sun will break through, and probably we're going to have a lovely afternoon now back in sunny Spain. So check us out while you're waiting for the action to start again tomorrow morning. Go to our website, 7wpsc.com, 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships. And why not go and learn about our international federation at the same time? We're all part of a bigger family. We are recognised by the official federation, the FAI, the Fédération Aéronautique Internationale, or the World Air Sports Federation. Perhaps you know FIFA, who run football, or FIS, who run skiing. Same thing. We have the FAI running all air sports, from ballooning to gliding to aerobatics to model flying, and the others, including us, paramotors and microlights. It's all there to be seen on the FAI website, fai.org. It's actually the FAI General Conference this week in Finland, so we wish all our colleagues well. Make good decisions, help promote the sport, because that's what it's all about. I've not been informed why, but we've got number 18, Johnson Q, going through the course. Johnson from Team USA. Must have had a technical fault earlier, and he's been given the chance to take part now. Johnson, no stranger to this event. He came 13th in task number 1 this morning. He's also competed at a world level before. He came to Qatar last year with us and came 20th. But he's ran safely, and whether he's scored or not, we'll soon find out on, guess what, the official scoring website, dice.flights. So we're wrapping up for the day. As a reminder, we've had 2 classes. We've had the PF class, the foot launch, and the PL class. The trikes both fly 2 tasks. So we've had 4 runs at the slalom today. As we draw to a close, that's it for the day, and we are going to call it and see you early tomorrow morning, 8:30 Spanish time, for more action and hopefully tasks 3, 4 and 5 of the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships. It's goodbye from here in Bornos in Spain. See you tomorrow morning.